Please choose a screen and subtitle language. English subtitles. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No, I haven't actually, no. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Oh god. Here. Sure. Please enter the current time. What time is it? 4, 5, 6, 7, 30... 36. There we go. Accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay. Good to know. Ah, yes. Good old Stanley Parable. I've always wanted to play this game. I really have. I never played the original Stanley Parable. I've never played the original Stanley Parable game, but I have seen so many of my favorite YouTubers play the game. Again, like I saw this, I had to get it. I wanted to give it a go myself. It's interesting to me how everybody's run of this is so different, and so I want to see what I'm gonna come across and what I'll see while I'm playing the game. I looked this up beforehand, but there's like over 10 hours worth of content. Hopefully we'll get to the end of the story portion. If we can do some stuff after, if I have time, we can do that. I want to see what this game has to offer for me, because otherwise, I mean, you might as well just go watch someone else play it. I don't know. I've noticed that when I'm playing a game that I've already seen someone play, it's a completely different experience when I'm the one in control versus me watching somebody else experience the game. It's a vastly different experience. For me at least. I don't know about how other people feel. Quite honestly, I just want to experience this game myself, so without without any further hesitation. Actually, let me double check some settings. I don't know why I don't set this up beforehand. This is fine. Okay, without further ado. The end is never the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
What a lame job.
Stanley was happy.
Whatever makes you happy, man.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Peculiar.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
Sounds like COVID.
Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh god, the sensitivity. I'm gonna... Wait. 1. Okay, that's a little better. Maybe... Okay. Do I get to press the keyboard? Beep boop. Anybody? Why can I type on the phone but not the keyboard? Ah, there we go. Okay. Wow. I hate Mondays. Me too. Why do I skate on the floor?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Maybe I'll be good for this first run through. I can already feel my curiosity getting the best of me.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, sure. And then what? I mean, this is...
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I almost thought the table was hollow, and then I realized it's a glass table. Also, wait, why am I typing in the middle of nowhere? Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic. Oh, everyone is unique. You most of... did this always change? You most of all. Number of slides on this slide. Chart slides, chart slides. Interesting. Monetize free to play. Literally every game ever now. Monetizing free to play games.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Sure, sure. Strange how I'm staring out a blank window. All right. Executive bathroom. Hello? Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Extreme bathroom. What an executive bathroom. Okay. Boss. Boss? Hello? No, can't enter there.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him?
Yeah, who's doing this?
What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Not so secret anymore now, is it, huh? 2845.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad,
Whoa.
Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
What this? Why is there like this very dark warehouse in your office? With an elevator shaft that goes down. That's totally normal.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him?
Yeah.
This question would not go unanswered for long.
That's what freedom feels like. Oh god, the elevator broke. Hello?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Escape. No, I'm gonna do what they tell me the first time around. Hello? Big button with light bulb. Me says yes. Oh god.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Did I have? Do I have? Will I have? They just look like solar panels. Those are huge. Also, wait, employee observation protocol. I can't read that. That's tiny. Oh, but all the papers say the same thing. Ooh, camera.
Now the monitors jumped to life.
Oh,
Their
God.
true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
Oh.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Oh, wait. I forget which employee number I am. What was it? 451? I don't remember. Oh, well. What does this button do?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
No.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
Employee
His own
pirate.
life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible?
Never.
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Wait, am I here? Oh.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Oh.
For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Once and for all. Also, that is one massive screen. What does it say up there? Can't read it. System on or off? You did say I was gonna turn it off. We're gonna turn it off. Oh god. Did I do it? Oh.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Is it over?
Yes. He had won.
Oh.
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
These are all true.
What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
Uh-huh.
But as sunlight streamed into the
Oh,
chamber,
that is so
he
bright.
realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his.
Oh, this is
And
gorgeous.
that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Is this a door? Where am I?
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Freedom. But they're right. There are so many mysteries left unsolved. I gotta figure it out, right? Freedom's not the answer here. I'm back. Oh, I'm in play 427. Also, wait. Isn't there a key that I can jump? Where are my controls? Jump is space. Why can't I jump yet? Am I not allowed to jump? Hold on.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Nope. Oh, God.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map.
Did I?
Until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
I'm blind.
Why
It's
don't we
so bright.
take a minute just to drink it all in?
Oh, I've taken it all in already. This
Okay,
is...
I'm over it now.
Me
What do you
too.
think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Oh. Are you sick of this guy? No, I could stay here a while longer.
Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer?
You might have just sent me back,
Perhaps you never would
honestly.
even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
It's
Clearly,
possible,
this whole
yeah.
gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky.
Is this just going to keep going?
Well, now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Oh, I get the choice to restart. I was like, hold on a second here. Oh, begin the game again. Can't I just click yes while I'm here? No? Okay. Since you're provoking me to come back, I'm gonna go back, right? Can't tell me not
All
to.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm back.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map
Yup.
until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Uh-huh.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes.
Impressive.
So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
I'll drink it all in again just to press
I'm over it
yes.
now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time
No,
to
you're still
quit.
talking. That would
Any
be
of
really
these
rude of
points
me.
and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game.
You're right, I'm
just to push
indecisive.
the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Oh, no.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly.
Oh, yeah, keep going, keep
But
going.
the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible.
You're
And
right.
if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable.
Yes.
You too will become quite unbearable.
No, keep going. That was a great song. Do it again, do it again. I want to hear it again. We're gonna be here all day, guys. Any day now. I swear the game's just waiting on me now. I'm pushing the limits here. You really got nothing else for me, huh? I'll wait for the phrase to end and then I'll... Oh? Okay, you had me there for a second. Darn it. Okay, fine.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-worker.
How do I get in here? Oh, wait. Awaiting input. Yeah. Also, wait. Surname access. I wish I could read some of these things if I had like a zoom function. I want to read the flavor text on all of this. But I'll be the good office person and close all the computers, I guess. Hello. Why is everything so empty?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nope, I go to the one on the right this time. I'm not listening to you.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Yeah.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire.
Of course. Anybody wants to stop in the lounge.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Yes, I will continue to drink this in. As the clock continues to count down. It's always 11:20.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
Oh, I like it. I'm
So
enjoying it so
utterly
far.
captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth.
Peace of mind, narrator. Peace of mind. Sometimes you just need to take a moment and drink it all in. Oh, okay.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Hey now.
It's possible that this is why everyone left.
You can't make that assumption. I can't be the problem of the entire business, right? No, just because you said that, I'm going to hang out
Stanley
here.
sat around waiting for more dialogue.
Yeah,
When
exactly.
a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
No. I'm stubborn. Number 1, dad. Who farted? It is a cup that says who farted. Real mature. Real mature. Anything else, narrator? You got anything else to tell me? Alright, fine.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room.
Enough.
And took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
What if I said no? No. Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. No. You can't tell me what to do.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
It's a miracle. So good at following instructions. Do not jump from the cargo lift while in motion will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping, $5,000. What if I jump?
Look,
Huh?
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
You sure?
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yep.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
You got it.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Yeah.
Give me a chance.
Uh-huh.
Now listen carefully, this is important.
What's up?
Stanley walked through the red door.
Ah, yes, I'm colorblind. This one's red.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Red has an R in it. R means right. I go right.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
This one screams red. I think I want to walk through that
Fine,
one.
go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
A little bit, yeah. What's out here?
You see? There's nothing here.
Oh.
I haven't even finished building this section of the map. Because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
But there are
Broken
places to
rooms,
go.
exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Specifically.
Do not think I put a lot of time into that, because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see.
Honestly,
Help me
it's
here,
still
Stanley. Help
it's
elucidate
pretty.
these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
Well, I got nothing else to work with.
Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Yeah, show me what you got.
There we go.
Ooh.
Third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Yeah. Interesting. What's here?
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I'm at a happy neutral.
Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know?
Well, I'm sorry,
Any
neutral
level
is
of
also
critical
an
thinking or
opinion.
engagement with your surroundings. Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Do tell. The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Good old Nell, Skid, Nicho, Notch. Are these real Steam profiles or are these all fake? 21.3% of players skipped the intro sequence. Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door. Wow, I'm 9,328th out of 9,328 players. Wow, incredible. That is a lot of doors open. Friendless empty? You didn't have to tell me how alone I am, game. A dead rat is offline. This is your superior. A dead rat is objectively ranked above you. How long does it take you to get to the correct door? Compete against others to improve your Stanley Parable score. I didn't read that. Is that it? Hello? Oh, can I just walk through the door again? Yeah. Let me rate that.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Oh, yes, absolutely. 4.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
I love
You wouldn't
playtesting.
mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Yeah. Show me.
In this game,
Oh.
the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail.
Okay.
It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
Oh, that
I
is
think
very
the
real.
art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So
4
why don't
hours?
you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective.
Oh,
Be sure to
man.
keep notes on your experience.
I don't know if I have 4 hours to spare. Oh god, I don't, oh. I don't like the sounds. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, hold on. Sorry.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
No, the
Because if
sounds.
it's the
It was
latter,
the
well, I don't know what
sounds.
to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm
No,
done.
I need to give you...
It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to
No,
ease
I
the
wanted to
pain.
give you feedback.
see.
That's what playtesting's
have
for.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Come on now. Those are some very loud, disturbing sounds that I did not want to keep listening to.
Aha!
Oh.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's
Wait.
our backstory? What is our motivation?
Is this Firewatch?
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Oh, God.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's
Lord
even more.
dogs, please.
Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Space Puffs. Dr. President. Oh my goodness. This is Firewatch. I've never played this game yet either. But somehow I know. Oh dear. I'm afraid of heights. What's out here? This is also gorgeous.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
What can't be? What's happening?
It is. It's an open world game.
Yeah.
Good God, quickly block it off.
Oh God.
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That
thing.
big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
But my open world.
Out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay.
I think we're
I'm going
still
to get us
in the
out of
woods,
here.
if you ask
Let's
me.
find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Sure, fine.
Okay. I think this will be just the thing.
What have you got for me this time? Come on. I was about to get into the open world. Oh.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I
Rocket
had in mind.
League.
Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley,
Is it now?
if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I would like to get lost in this game. Man, I feel like I'm stuck in a bubble now.
So what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
Yes,
Stanley,
sports ball.
I think it's sports ball.
Sports
what
ball.
fun. We shall run the bases and do a
Splee,
touchdown
blee.
together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Where's the ball? Ooh, there's the ball. Let me kick. Let me kick. Into the goal. I don't know which side I'm on, but I'm gonna kick it into the goal. Eh. Where'd it go? Into the goal. Come on. All the way. All the way. All the way.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Oh no.
What are you doing?
I wasn't expecting to fall. Oh god.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Where am I? Good lord, where am I? Oh, I'm falling. Hello? Oh. Hello? Why are we in an old abandoned building? Is everything okay? Am I okay? Why are the walls just seem to... I'm so confused. Okay, at least everything leads into each other and this is fine, but it's awfully quiet. Wait, this is the left-right door. What if I went this way? Wait, doesn't this just lead right back to... Oh. Wait, then this door should lead me back to my office. No, I'm 427. The light! The light! Who goes there? 425. Office 427! My office! What's in here? Why is there CCTV right next to me? Also, what is all of this? Looks like I have like a mixing board, a keyboard. Bunch of weird displays. Am I allowed to do anything? I found my office. Hello?
I
Hello?
wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon.
The end?
I can wait.
I just started though. Wait, what was that whole sequence? There was like an older version of this entire office. And apparently there was CCTV in this other space. What does it mean? Oh man.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. Let's see what... ooh. Second input. See what other mayhem and mischief we can cause here. I'm so intrigued.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Where is everybody and what am I thinking too deeply
Yet
into
there
this
was not
story?
a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley
Wait, let's go
walked
downstairs. I've
upstairs
never
to
been
his boss's
downstairs.
office.
Oh, creepy red lights. Don't like that. Hello? Ooh, parking lot.
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
No, you're
He
right.
considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that.
I mean, I
And
don't
in
think
such a
seeing your
competitive
boss could
economy, why
be
had he
reason to
taken that
fire.
risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he
Wait.
was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe,
Wait.
he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of
Wait.
my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense.
You're right.
And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange
Wait.
observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Wait.
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Wait.
And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
Wait.
Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He yelled.
I'm
This
dreaming.
is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh,
Then
God.
he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so
Oh,
much fun,
God.
and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Why is there someone narrating my
Now the
life?
voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange.
Awfully
I'm
strange.
dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself?
Well,
Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
surely, right?
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago?
Right,
How else
right,
would the voice explain all
right,
that? This
right.
voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just...
Oh God.
He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
I'm dreaming.
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job.
I have a wife and an apartment?
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal.
I'm normal.
Everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine.
I am okay.
Oh God.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up.
Someone
My name
wake
is
me up.
Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real.
Oh,
Please,
panic,
just
the
someone
panic.
tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who
Hello?
am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Huh?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place
Oh
of
God.
work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal.
My
I am
goodness.
sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
What happened? What happened there? Why am I some mentally crazy person? What?
The next day.
Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have a way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Interesting.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Did it just start me over?
Stanley
I can skip that, that's fine, right? Oh, what happened to my progress, though? That's the bigger question. Is there even such a thing as progress in this game? Because every time you boot it up, it's going to be a different experience anyway. I'm just going to do my thing. I'm going to pretend that the game, I didn't close the game. It's my world, my choice.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I still want to know how to get back there. Is there a way for me to get back there? Is that after the meeting room? Because after the meeting room, I could take the next open door on the right, right?
When Stanley came to a
Yeah,
set
yeah,
of two
let's
open
go to
doors,
the
this was
meeting room.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Oh, wait, no.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first,
Thank you.
just to admire it.
Not the meeting room.
Yes, truly a room
Goodbye.
worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the
Very
first
eager.
open door on his left.
Yes.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section,
Oh.
walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Nope. What? Interesting.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
You're
so
right.
now, in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Left? Left.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
No, it's to the right, my mistake.
All right, to the right.
No.
Oh, God.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
What are you thinking?
It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Oh, God. Nice truck. All right. Down to the depths we go. Oh, we're back here. What the?
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to...
Employee fired?
Who am I kidding?
Where's 427?
It's
Hold on.
rubbish now. The whole story
427.
completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
No.
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
I'm curious. Can't let me have that?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps he did. Yeah, let me go back to the boss's office. Maybe there were some other choices I could have there. Oh,
Why
this
was
is
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
No.
Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Yeah, what you asking me
Right
for?
here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure.
All right.
Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
I would love to go this way, but I can't. Oh, everything leads to the same place anyway, right? What if I just... This is so weird. Ooh, papers. Everything leads to the same place. Is this right? This is awfully quiet.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever... I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
Where'd it go?
Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh. I wasn't done exploring. Alrighty then.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps I did. Wait, but this is so... Oh.
Okay, yep, it's worse.
What?
I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Sure. Open the door. I'm kind of freaked out. A little bit. Tiny bit. Can turn that off. Hello? Wait.
Aha! I knew we'd miss
This
something.
changed.
The story. Here it comes.
Wait, that's not how hallways work.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Oh, you're really breaking my brain. Hello? Oh, God.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all.
Me neither.
Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
Where did
Well,
the
you know
door
what?
go?
Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Thank you. What did I win?
No, I don't feel right about this at all.
Me neither.
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
Hey.
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Wait. Come Hello there.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
It's trademarked.
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
What if I don't want to? What if I just like giving my... Oh. You're giving me more choices. Very enticing. Solitaire. Too bad I can't play it. Okay. Hello? Honestly, this office gives me the creeps. There are too many hallways and everything's
the line
empty.
knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
To...
Here's a
Nope.
thought. Wouldn't wherever we
Oh.
end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
Where are you
know
going
what?
with that? You've
I
lost
think
me.
what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Oh, yes, please. Okay. Oh, lights? Just gonna keep going up and up. Oh, we repeat, yeah. My goodness. Hey.
Wait, cut the music. Go back
Aw.
and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Yes, indeed. Must scientifically stare at the fern. It's a very beautiful plant. It's a beautiful plant. Oh. I swear I need diction lessons. Am I done looking at the fern, sir? Duly noted. Okay. Oh, God.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Any? Ooh, I can go this way now. My questions have been answered. But again, oh, you still bring me back here.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you...
Oh, it's the Microsoft
after
Word
everything
paperclip.
we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
What? What? You're awfully quiet.
You know what, Stanley?
Oh, God.
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
Why can't we?
Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Ooh, you're giving me possibilities.
Now, yes, this is exciting.
Empty
Just me and
hallways.
Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
An infinite
Go
blue.
wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I don't. You're ready for it. I don't know if I'm ready for it. Oh, God.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Are we sure? It really wants me to acknowledge it. It's going all over, up and down the walls. And into the roof? This is new.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
Surely.
How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Alright, you got it.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting
you lost
from
me
the
there.
right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going?
I don't know, but I'm getting
Since
real
the
dizzy.
answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
The right door. The confusion ending.
Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all...
The narrator is
determined?
gone after a long time.
So now,
Stanley
according to the
dies?
schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing. Wall.
Wool.
Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on.
I don't either.
I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer
God.
stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay.
Are we just stuck here now?
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
Eventually.
Well, in the meantime...
Oh my god. Oh my god. One of these days, I'm gonna get a heart rate monitor. I'm gonna play a game with a bunch of jump scares. I'm gonna hate myself for it, and then you guys are gonna see somebody have a doctor on hand, because... Oh my god. Okay. This is fine. Forwards and onwards. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps I missed a memo. Also, why do I feel like I'm walking
When
faster
Stanley
now?
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah. Why are all of these doors locked
Yet
anyway?
there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Hello?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
There's one of the few doors I can open. I'm not leaving.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
With a
No
door.
reason to still be here.
It's a functional door.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
Oh, I'm not
He
sitting
wasn't
here.
even
I'm doing a lot more than that.
At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in
The
some way.
door,
As it
the door is
he's literally
interactable.
just standing there doing sweet FA.
I'm doing more than just standing here, okay? The beauty of a working door in your game.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
The door.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out.
The
It didn't
door.
occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention.
But this isn't your story now, is it? It's the story of Stanley. I'm Stanley.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending?
Oh.
The broom closet ending was my favorite."
XD.
I hope your friends find this concerning.
Ow, did you find the broom closet ending? That is
Stanley
a
was
terrible...
fat and ugly
wait,
and really stupid.
sorry.
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
All right,
old
that's
drug
kinda
man.
rude.
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
That came out of nowhere.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Yep.
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to
Hello?
be nearby? The person at this computer is dead.
I'm still very
They
much
have
here and I'm
fallen prey to any number of your countless
alive.
human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
All right, player two coming in. You got nothing to say? I'm still alive. I'm gonna give it a moment. All right, fine.
Ah, second player.
Nope.
Good to have you on. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
All right, all right. Really? Okay, you have me.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah. Let's see.
Stepping into his manager's
no.
office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
I couldn't possibly have known that, right? What's the key code? God, if only Stanley knew.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I could never have possibly known that the code is 2845. Who in their right mind would have guessed?
2845.
2845. What does it mean? What does any of this mean? Voices in my head, they're getting to me. They're getting to me.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Well, whoop-de-doo. Jeez, no mercy. What if I input the code now? Let's see. 2845. Well, that doesn't do anything because the door is already open. Oh, man. Oh, there were other choices down here, right? Let's see. Oh, we.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job.
Yeah.
Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Yeah. Do I want answers, though?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Nope. Escape. Down this long,
Although this
dark,
passageway had
creepy
the word
hallway.
Escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
You don't know that. How would you know that?
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Willingly, of course. Ominous red glow. Is the door still open? All right, into the pit of death we go. Oh, God. It really is just a pit of death. Oh. Hello.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
Ew.
So he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
Is there nothing I can do?
Farewell, Stanley.
No. Somebody stab me.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator,
Hello?
as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Who's
In a
that?
single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated, as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh. Lady saved me from giant meat crusher. What have you got to show me? The Stanley parable.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
That's
When
true.
every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
That's a really dark thought to have, to know that you're dead by the when you oh. Office layout. The blueprint shows. Oh. Wait, this is like pre-release, like beta stuff, right? You're just showing me assets. What does any of this mean? I don't like that button sound. I like number 2. Number 2 is what I'm used to. Model design. Oh, credits. Interesting. Why are you showing me this now? Office clock. Screens from development? Oh. Oh, wow. This is a very odd way of showing me the development. Wait. Before there was just a plaque over here that said escape.
See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room? Perfect example of poor level design.
Narration outtakes.
For him, for all his buttons. It's the kind of thing you pick up on intuitively if you had even the
These are
most
clips from early takes that were not used in the final game. This is very creepy.
But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you.
Yes?
Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room? Perfect example of poor level design. Textbook mistake. Stanley walked. It's the kind of thing you pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve
Okay, that's the loop.
Here,
I thought he was
I'm just
actually
gonna
telling me something meaningful. That was... I got scared there for a second. Freedom ending. Yeah, I've already gotten this one. Monitor room elevator. Freedom ending that existed in beta. The countdown desk. I still think this is such an interesting way that they're showing me the assets in the game and the evolution of this game within the game. Zending. Interesting. What does any of this mean? Game is now paused. Escape menu. Oh god. Trailers. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released in May 2012. It features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator, informing viewers that he is repairing a new version of the Stanley Parable. God, 2012 feels like such a long time ago. I mean, it really is such a long time ago, but this game has been out for such a long time. The original game, not the Ultra Deluxe. Number 1 option. Obey, disobey, lounge. Wait. There's a vent in the lounge? There's a vent. I need to go check out the vent. I didn't know there was a vent. Was there a vent? I wasn't paying attention. Apartment timer. I'm so confused and intrigued at the same time. From Ben Steiger, subject gloves. Dear Strong Bad, how do you type with boxing gloves on? Montgomery Jones, the lights. What do you think? What do the lights in the control room do? I really want to know. Narrator emails. I feel more comfortable in the light. Oh. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office. You just gave me more filing cabinets and more things to do. Game design mock-up. Oh wait, I'm back. Right? Did this say exit?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
I have the power. I have the power.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game.
There's no other
As
way?
you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Splat. Alright, well, just another good day in the office, you know?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh,
What could
God.
it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps, perhaps. New content.
Oh, new content?
New
What does that
content.
mean, new content?
Oh. New content. Where are you taking me?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
You're welcome.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Oh God, 2013. It's been 10 years.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley
More
Parable,
game.
delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Ultra
Oh,
Deluxe.
well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Me too, honestly.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Yes, yes. Have a little bit of patience.
Is it broken? What's going on here?
I was just about to say.
Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there
Ah.
we go. All right, finally, at long
Patience,
last,
what did
it's
I say?
on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the
I was
content,
facing the wrong
Stanley.
way. The jump circle.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Ooh. What happens when I run out of jump? Any day now. 3, 2, 1. Oh. Well, that sucked. Can't jump anymore.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There
Surely.
has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator.
Another
Stanley,
elevator.
I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20
no
hours
thanks,
of new
no
content
thanks.
right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes.
I'm always facing the wrong way.
There had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Yes, post a tweet longer.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
There's gotta be something else here, right? No? Sad. Oh. This is new? Hello? What happened to my office? Why am I in the basement?
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
What if I
want
don't
to
want
show
to?
you something.
Okay, I guess we're going in the vent. Why do I feel like I'm playing a horror game now? Why is there a screwdriver? Okay. I vented. What now? What do?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Oh, God.
Just our little secret. Take a look.
Whoa.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh, Mozilla Firefox, when that was still a thing. Buy it on Steam. My goodness. Do any of you guys remember what you were doing in 2013? I can't even remember what I was doing. A trip down memory lane. Bits of music. Oh man, smile because it happened. Inspirational. Sensational. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. How do you get it? Go outside. Don't play for 5 years? You'd have to have the game for 5 years and not touch it for 5 years to get this achievement. What were the game devs thinking? British Academy of Film and Television Arts. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. I can't even sit on the bench.
And over here is where I keep
Hello?
reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
New elevator content. Also, Persona 3. Oh, God. I want to play Persona 5. But I don't have the money. Is that Portal? Should I... What's down here? Memory zone maintenance. I guess I can't go down there yet. Wow. Person of the year. What's this?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Sometimes you do need a rerun, though. The people asked for it, after all, right? Wait, what's back here? I want to know what's back here. The serious room. 2013, the serious room. I want in. I want to be in the serious room.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Reviews.
Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Surely, right? Surely. You can always count on the Steam community, right?
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be
Oh,
funny.
God.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Ah, good old Steam. Oh, God.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh, dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
No, no.
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
You're doing just fine, man. Don't let the haters hate. I mean, you can let the haters hate, but you know they're wasting their life, and you're doing such a good thing.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
Surely.
Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Cool, we're gonna get a skip button.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue. And it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be.
It can't
it's
be.
The only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is
how do you come up with this?
The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth.
Okay, I think this is looping now.
We all...
I'm back.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice.
True.
That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day.
We're going to be here all day long.
I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor.
All right, let's hear it.
It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations.
Countless?
All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise, manifesto.
Okay. Sorry.
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you?
Oh,
But
I
that's
certainly
the power
did.
of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all
Poof.
over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works.
You know, I also don't know how
Perhaps
Steam
that would
works.
have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review.
Yes,
merely because
yes.
of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Huh? Okay. Is it... Am I... Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Oh,
It's
no.
not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it?
Shocking,
but at any
right?
rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go?
Where did the door
Wasn't there
go?
a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like... Do you see a window anywhere? A
No.
porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall?
No.
I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall?
I could try.
Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to...
Yeah, let's try it,
Please,
let's do it.
I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind.
A door.
I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise.
Yeah,
you
surely.
just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it?
I think you've made yourself very clear.
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna press the button.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
12 hours? Good
You've just
lord.
been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer.
Okay, too bad.
Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh god, the tree's
You're
dead.
back. Oh my goodness, I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
What the?
Been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of
So
that
I'm
matters
just a
anymore.
vessel to
I'll
you.
give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than any... is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know.
It's very
you can hear,
relatable,
because
but
maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction.
oh,
Was
we're
I
getting
scared of that
that's
all
deep.
along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decay.
This is turning extremely dark. I don't know if I like
I am
it.
becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized.
Yes,
the
yes.
emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space
Okay.
in this world. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
In
Let
an
me
entire
describe it
year?
for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months.
Oh my
I
god, I'm
lost it
starting to
all
feel
in a
his
blur
existential
of
dread.
The deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long.
Okay, sorry.
There could be
Hello? How long has it been? Oh god. Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop. Button.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of our... But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing.
Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that...
Sorry. I'm sorry. Good lord. Everything he's saying is...
End is never the end, 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 is never the end.
I'm so sorry. Has anything changed? Oh god. What's happening? What happened? What changed? Why is the room broken? Oh? There's light. But no exit. Good lord, how much time has passed? Hello? I don't like this. Take me. Or no. Leave. I don't like this. I don't like this. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, it's so bright. What happened? What did I just witness? What was I a part of? What does any of this mean? And what happened? Why is it so barren? This was never sand. Wait, whoa. Okay, hold on a second. I just witnessed a man go through an existential crisis, and then I time traveled to a position where the entire world turned into a barren wasteland. Oh, I can't wrap my mind around that. Oh my goodness. Also, everything he said in his like monologue, it's so relatable, but also my goodness, nobody ever talks about that in the creative space. It all whiffed over my head. He said so many things there that I wanted to talk about, but I didn't want to interrupt him. Oh my goodness. I just witnessed a man have a mental breakdown over the course of however many years that happened. Wow. Just wow.
The following day.
Please enter the current time. I did this before already. What time is it? 8:09. I'm gonna be putting 8:10 because 8:10. 8:10, your favorite time of day. No? Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? That's true, that's fair. After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 8:10 is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 8:10? It's pretty accurate, yeah. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple new ones. Should be ready by the next time you boot up game. Boot up game. The next time you boot up the game. More sliders? I'm kind of curious. Well, we're back here again. Let's see what other endings are in store in this game. I'm so curious. Like, I do feel like my curiosity is going to get me some very interesting endings just because I want to explore. But I'm curious if the game is going to try to lead me on based on what happened the last time I opened this game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company.
Yeah, this stuff is all the same. I'm back. Back in the office. Why do I feel like I'm skating? Maybe it just happens when the game boots up.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps. New content? No way!
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
I sure did.
Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Please do. What's here? The new content. That was hilarious. I haven't seen one of those like neon light signs in such a long time. All right, what's new? What's new? What have you got to show me? Because clearly, I mean, I love the jump function, but now I've lost my jump privileges.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Oh God, what happened?
I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Whoa. The end is never the end again?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Of course. It couldn't have been more simpler. This is what we've all wanted this whole time. Testing 2 printers at the same time. 427. Investor showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
The potential. Game developers, you guys know no bounds. Your creativity knows no bounds. Wow. Would you look at that? New content is out. New content is in. Cool red section of the chart, of course. New hotness. They're back. The 2 doors. More TSP, better TSP. It's a win-win. Brick and mortar approach. The color red leverages holistic value. True, the color red is a very powerful color. Wow, look at the Google Drive presentation. Look at all the logo designs. Thanks for attending my meeting. That's cool. Everything's just double now. Oh, there's 2 Stanleys sitting at the same desk.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Naturally, right? The prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable is the prequel to the... Ah, that's clever. 2! To the show floor! Red carpet! New content. Is that a bus? Expo Hall 2. You got like this whole thing laid out. Of course it's gonna be a big deal. Wow.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Ooh! Hear your name in the game. That's incredible.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
We love a personalized experience. Alright game, show me what you got. Do you know what my name is?
Jim.
Sorry,
Oh.
I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final
Wow.
game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
Oh, right.
Just play along. I
Jim.
promise
I
you'll
am
love
Jim.
it.
Of course.
Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I am Jim.
I
I am
want you to
Jim.
imagine yourself living as Jim.
Uh-huh.
Sleeping and waking as Jim.
I am
falling
Jim.
in love and being heartbroken as Jim.
Jim is
seizing
me.
all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust.
I'm
Do
envisioning
you
it.
feel it deeply?
Yes.
Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I am
If
Jim.
so, then please step forward and press the button.
I am Jim.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
I am.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a
Of
break
course.
from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained.
And
from
no,
all
let me
of
press
this
it some
personal-
more.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim.
No, that's
I'm
not
putting
true.
the Jim
That's not
button
true.
away. Otherwise, soon
No.
you'll start to lose
I need to
all
go to the-
sense of who you
I need to go
actually
to-
are.
And you go Jim. Oh, that was fun. Only lasted for so long. I want to keep pressing the Jim button. What else have you got going on here? Enjoy the new
I suppose I could
features.
allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing
Epilogue.
this feature.
Wait, epilogue. Is there?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Why do I sense some foreshadowing? Ooh, giant statue. Oh no, the bucket! I need to go see the bucket. I have to go see the bucket. Can't go up there yet. New features, new content, new ideas. The new updated ray traced, more of the same but in a good way sequel to Wow, red is the new orange. Please no screenshots. You could have is that tile or is that a rug? Is that carpet? The baby is all grown up. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. Honestly, that's what I feel like a lot of rebranding is. It's just a lot of reusing similar assets and then just changing a little bit of something.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
Of course.
It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
The bucket.
You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's
Oh,
true.
the holy bucket.
As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
Surely.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Oh, of
Yes,
course, of course.
The bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
All right, almighty, all-knowing comfort bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in
Bucket.
fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that
Surely.
just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
We all love a good
The
man with a
benefits of
bucket.
the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more awaits you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Bucket. I love this. I love this thing.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I wonder. What do I do from here? Oh. Yes, of course. Get well someday or happy 12th birthday, Stepnies. Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Aww.
Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Aww. Darn it. Happy 12th birthday, Stepnies. Alright. Oh, they're all over the... they're all over the sketches
Or
now.
actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Yes, we've been there, we've done that. The jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yeah.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
No. I want my jumpies. Why can't I jumpy? I don't want to miss anything here. Everything's so intriguing. What else is there? Jump circle, this map, free achievement. There's merch? The settings world champion, Stanley Parable reassurance bucket office epilogue. Collectibles. 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 Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Yes, surely. With all of these stone corpses of people reaching out to it. Wow. 1 of 6. Wow. So I guess there's only 5 more of them, right?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Tragic. That's the exit. Let's go check out this free, new, and easy achievement, huh? Is it really that free? Yes, indeed, free. Get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement, and no more steps. It just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist.
No.
Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you.
Yes.
And I promise it will happen.
Gamers rise. We want our free achievements. You baited me. You got me. You got me. I'll come back. Surely. Also, what is this?
What else?
Oh,
What
yeah.
other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Yes, yes. I was about to ask. The infinite hole. It won't end. Is it this way? Wait, no. I came out of there. That's fine. It's this way. It's this way. Time and depth. Distant future. Falling. Wow. Math. Math. Physics. The geology.
Stanley,
The
here's an idea that
hole.
I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Alright, well, you said it. I'm gonna infinitely fall now. Oh, wee. Good lord.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
But if I'm gonna be falling infinitely, I want to see this tiny hole
Now, I don't
disappear.
mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
No, no, no. We gotta
On
wait.
the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
No, the light's gotta disappear. I have to be in the depths. Pure darkness. Absolute.
Okay,
Oh,
Stanley,
okay.
I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity.
You're double
From
backing
one
on yourself.
perspective, The infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Oh.
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here
Cigarette
is just
butts.
that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually... Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Why am I the problem?
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
No, that
If
doesn't
that works
work.
for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
No, 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 no. We gotta sing the song reference, right? Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. All right, I'll save myself the embarrassment.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Yeah, let's go. Oh,
for
wait.
heaven- You see, I was right. The problem is you.
I am the
The problem
problem.
is that you like holes too much. Not normal.
No.
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh.
Hey.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Sure, why not?
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled.
Yeah, let's go.
I really
Let's
do
go.
have so much more
Oh
to share.
god.
Gosh, how could I have
Man, they
guessed?
really need to
You're
patch
back
that hole in the
hole.
floor.
If this starts to become a thing where...
Oh.
Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
You might as well call your infinite hole the shrinking hole.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Or a giant golf hole. You know? Alright, well, hole in one.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the it. Oh, who am I to
If
judge?
only we
You
had
just
the
do
jump
whatever it is
circle.
you're here to do, and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Sure, fine. Wait. Wait.
Is the teleport button not working?
Wait.
You sure?
Wait.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this.
Fix my jump.
I'm out.
What?
Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for.
No,
it's a win
my
for
curiosity.
everyone. You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else.
That's not
Take
fair.
care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of it.
Wait, no, come back. Come back. I can't just be stuck here forever, right? Surely not. Oh. What's happening? Hello? Why did the music suddenly kick off? Is anybody there? Oh god. Oh. Oh. Goodbye, cruel world. Where are we going? What does this mean? Oh god, what a terrible time for the camera to turn off. I'm so intrigued. Change your perspective. Whoa. 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 Hey, we actually get to see his model. Oh. Fantastic. Change your perception. Oh, yeah. Okay. We love avant-garde music, yes. Change your reality. Oh. Oh. Actually, wait, hold on. Okay. Oh, puppy. Change yourself. Wait, what the? Oh, he's upside down. Oh my god. Good lord.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer.
You're no longer.
Space of mine. My head's stronger.
My head's stronger. Oh.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment.
I was just getting to the good part.
How about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
Sure.
Things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole.
Many
and I'm
years.
looking forward to all of them.
Of course.
Stare at Stanley. I'll be back.
I'll be back. Alright, wide awake. Alright. Is it happening again? Aw, don't take it away from me. I was just about to have some fun. Darn it. Oh, God.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
I don't get to go to the infinite hole again. Alright, what's in the merch store? I can't even look at the merch. Everything just says 2. What haven't I done yet? Wait, there's a staircase up here before I get to exit. Settings World Champion. Most infinite hole free achievement. Settings World Champion. Hello? Settings World Champion. What does this mean? Is this what they mean? Also, do I have to toggle these things too? There's no way that this is what they mean, right? Oh god. Oh, I can always just reset my settings. Huh. Oh. It did open.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the settings.
Where did my subtitles go? There we go.
World Champion Achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity.
Bumpscosity?
What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Is it actually in my settings? Oh man, bumpscosity! Oh, let's set that all the way up. We gotta set the bumpscosity level to 1000. My goodness. Very this is bumpscosish. Oh god, I freaking... Fine. Thank you. You are the champion of setting all the sliders to all possible numbers. Please enjoy this room. This is your room. It was made just for you. That's wild. There's no way they actually made this a thing. That's such... It's crazy. Cool. Well, I did that. I did a thing. That's new. What's new? What's this? Before I exit, of course. Oh, the epilogue. I was here. Do I just exit now? Was there anything else that I needed to do here? Nope, let's exit. I got my bumpscosity. I got my bucket. Saw the infinite hole. A very promising new game for the Stanley Parable 2.
Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yeah. What now? Ooh.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work.
It's gonna work.
There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Right. Show me what you got.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Ah. Oh.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
Yeah,
sort
yeah.
of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different
Oh,
arrangement.
yeah. Try again.
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Aha! Oh, God.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
They could. They might.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Yeah,
With
that's a
respect,
thought.
with care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
The Stanley Parable 2! With an all-new, brand-new title screen. Whoa. This is not the Ultra Deluxe version. I'm playing the Stanley Parable 2 now. Are you gonna be different, or are you gonna be the same?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change
This is
Stanley.
different.
Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed
Oh,
up
the
to give
balloons
him
are in the office.
instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
Oh,
Something
man.
was very clearly wrong.
Clearly, there's something
Shocked,
wrong.
Frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh, man. Stanley
All
Parable
of his
2.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Happy 12th birthday, Stepnies. Oh, man. Oh, the bucket. I get the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Does this change the story in any way? Me having a bucket?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ooh, yes, dialogue change. What if we just follow the main storyline again, but with the bucket? You know?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Oh yeah, surely the boss. Ooh. Wait. Let me put 2 and 2 together, right? You have a broom closet. I have something that might belong in a janitorial closet. We're going back in the broom closet.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealous. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
Does it though?
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's
Right,
what the broom
right.
closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket.
My
this is your
bucket.
companion and lifelong friend.
Oh, my lifelong friend. I didn't know I knew it that long.
No, but getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined.
Oh yeah, of
And
course, of course.
now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
Oh,
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
you take that
That your
back.
life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
Take it
Well,
back.
I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years.
Yes.
Let him have it.
Yes, me and this bucket. we've been buddies since like when was the original Stanley Parable released?
Okay.
All
I've
right, never
got you
mind.
something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Oh,
There.
sick.
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
As I was saying, I have been buddies with this bucket since 13.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
It's a bucket
There
sticker.
really is a wide variety
Oh,
of
I'm the
applications
bucket.
for this sticker.
Also, how did you get the bucket sticker below the property of Stanley
You know
sticker?
what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be
Oh, the
honest,
gall.
I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Okay. Anything else you have to say? Anything at all? Don't want to insult me and my bucket a little longer? Alright, okay. Out we go. To the boss's office.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
Oops.
upstairs to the boss's office.
Do you have anything to do in the bathroom? Oh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Of course, absolutely. Achievements are achievements, you know? No real reward, just the thought. I forget if this is a thing. I want to do... Hold on. Is this a thing?
Stepping into
Oh.
his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any heat.
Huh. I was meaning to do this without the bucket first, but I have the bucket now. Am I allowed to just leave? You didn't have anything to tell me, narrator. I could just leave. Yeah, all the doors are just open again. I'm a little freaked out by the silence. Is this right? Hello? Anybody home? Wait, that's new. What's this? Only one way to find out, I guess. You are now leaving. I could just leave the office? Escape pod bay, floor 760. 754. There's an escape pod in my office? I'm sorry, what? 755. The silence is killing me right now. You gotta tell me something, narrator. That was totally by mistake, too. I meant to do that early on in the game. Oh, I feel really uncomfortable with the silence, but we're gonna put up with it anyway. Just one more floor, one more floor. 760, right? Escape pod on 760. Escape pod launch bay. What does this say? Entering the escape pod will initiate a relay. Something once triggered cannot be disabled or paused. It can't, must be present in order to, I can't read. Will I actually get the freedom that I'm looking for? Why can't I see? Oh. Oh, there it is. Wait, come. The level of discomfort. What in the world? Oh, we're sending off the bucket. Go, bucket. Be free. Why did that send a chill down my spine? What? What did I just witness? Wait. I gotta figure out what that does without the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Figurine Finders Committee? In the meeting room? No! I literally sent the bucket off. The bucket's gone. Ah. Wait, I shouldn't.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I should have done that later. I didn't know the bucket was actually gonna disappear. But this is new. How we can find them. Bottom text. What we know, small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. How can you tell you spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Next slide. Figlies are hard to find. Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room? Employee 416 in the red room. Thank you and good luck. Employee 417 and... Wait. Huh? Please do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and communication are of great importance during this unprecedented time of investigation. Thank you. There will be a reward for finding them all. Stop kidding yourself. Wait. A large room with lots of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue and nearby a fireplace. There's one in the boss's office. There's one with the red and blue doors. I know where those are. A large room with lots of boxes. I think I know where the one with the stairs are too. Hold on. Is it Down
Coming
here.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to
I think
his
this is
boss's
where the
office.
red and blue doors are, but ooh.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini Stans?
No.
Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines?
Stanlerines.
Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Cool, sweet. I think this is where the red and blue doors
Stanley
are.
just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And
No, this one wasn't it. Hold on. Let's go find all the figurines. I'm still upset that I lost the bucket. Maybe the bucket will come back.
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Thank goodness the
Perhaps
bucket's
he had
back.
simply missed a memo.
But wait, before I pick up the bucket again, I want to
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
figure out what doing the little office door trick does without the bucket. Yeah, I know. I'll go find them in a second. I gotta know. Hello?
Staring in...
Got it. Oh, but now I have to go. I have to walk all the way over there in pure silence. You know what? You guys get to enjoy. You guys get to join me on the discomfort of pure silence. All you'll get to hear is the sounds of the game for the next until I get to the escape pod. Until I get to the escape pod. That is great commentary. Starting now. I forgot there was a loading screen. JK, I'm breaking the silence. Who am I not following my own instructions? Oh, this would be a great time to implement a shift to run. So what happens when I get to the escape pod without the bucket? I mean, surely I could just find out the answer right now, you know? 2 more floors up. Stanley must have legs of steel with how much walking he's been doing in this game. Good lord. Climbing 6 flights of stairs and then 2 more flights of stairs to his office. Or to his boss's office and then some. Alright, escape pod. No bucket. I wonder what's gonna happen. I'm very curious. I mean, the no duh answer would be... I'm sorry, what? What? My brain is gonna melt. What was the point of that? Well, the music is a little different now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Stanley lifted
Bucket.
the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Yes. Let's see if we can find the red and blue
Stanley clutched
doors.
the bucket tightly to his This was not the correct way to the
I
meeting
forget
room.
where the red and blue
But
doors
Stanley
are,
had
though.
felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Where do I find... Was it this way?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind.
Oh, there was
Bucket
new dialogue.
wrong.
Shoot, I missed it.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh. Oh, is this a thing I can do? Hey!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies.
Oh,
What do you
no.
think, Stanley?
No, neither of
What
those.
name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1. Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Neither. If I had a choice, if I had a say, neither. Oh. Hello? Where am I? Is this okay? I was not expecting to just fall through a vent. Why are there all these tapes? What is this place? Narrator sound system?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
I didn't like that at all. Whoa, oh no. What the heck? What? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I just witnessed. The insanity of a man, the madness. He's gone mad. Bucket mad. All right, anyway, new day. New day. Another day.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
That's new. Eerily new. Bucket.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
I think
Stanley
the red...
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I think the red and blue door was near
This was not the correct way to
that
the meeting
area.
room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
But at least this time I can hear the what is this place called again? The employee lounge dialogue.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
This is the place. This is where it's at. There's nowhere else more comfortable than the employee lounge with my bucket.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
It's a beautiful journey, let's be honest.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Well, a bucket, I feel like that's subjective. Every bucket has a different place they can call home.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
I mean, of course they would, otherwise I wouldn't be able to bring it here, and then, you know, it wouldn't be able to relax. It has a moment to relax. It doesn't have to do its job anymore. Is that all the dialogue you've got? I can only improv so far. What is improv? Alright, anyway, moving on.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Nope.
No,
Said
Now.
the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley
Okay.
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Is this where the red and blue doors are? I can't remember.
No,
Oh.
stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
I didn't know.
Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
Oh, I think I know what a
suppose that
bucket
would
is.
explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
But I think I know.
Please, step in here for a moment.
I think I know what a bucket is. You don't need to test me on this. Is
Now,
this a
I'm
bucket?
going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Wow.
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh, God. You're really pulling my leg on this one, narrator.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes. Yes.
Correct. This
Oh,
is a
thank
bucket.
goodness. Okay, okay. I know what a bucket is. I think I know what a bucket is. Oh, good
Item
lord.
4. Is this a bucket?
Yeah. Technically, I could fill this up with some form of liquid, and if that's what a bucket does. If by definition I can fill up an object with a quantifiable amount of matter, this supposed object in front of me can be considered a bucket, for I am filling it up with human being in the confines of said bucket. It's a bucket. Darn it.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
I can explain. Listen. My logic was not flawed, technically.
Is this a bucket?
If we go with the logic that I had, the previous tractor, and we move it to this tractor is also a bucket. Or is it not a bucket? It's a bucket.
Correct. This is
Haha! I got you there. Oh god.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
You've been showing me an awful lot of tractors before. The first 2 buckets weren't buckets. If the first 2 buckets weren't buckets, and the third bucket was a bucket, and the first tractor wasn't a bucket, and the second tractor was a bucket. If this were a multiple choice test on my Scantron, I would likely answer C. Because I don't know and I have a 1 in 4 chance. But this is a true or false quiz. 2 truths, 1 lie, this is not a bucket.
Trick question. Both.
What is that
Gotcha.
supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? Come on.
Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
You good back there? Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something.
Nothing is a bucket.
Therefore, nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Is nothing a bucket? Can I fill my bucket with nothing to then become... for the bucket to then become nothing? If nothing truly ever existed, but the bucket exists, is the bucket constitute as something or is the bucket nothing? Should something exist without the bucket? Is the bucket then nothing? If nothing is the bucket, then is something the nothing? It's... God. What is this bit that I'm doing? I hate myself. I hate myself so much. If something is nothing, which is the bucket, then the bucket is something within the nothing. And so, yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Am I a bucket?
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No.
Okay, here we go.
No.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Whoa.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Everything is a bucket. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it
Stanley
mean?
decided to go to the meeting room.
A bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
But wait, the red and
Stanley
blue
had
doors
stopped the
triggered when I
bucket
didn't have
falling
the
to
bucket. I have to
telling him
remember
that the
not to pick up the
employee
bucket.
lounge was
Oh, but there
wrong.
is one. There is one
Stanley
thing
took
that
the door on his left
I haven't done
to go
yet, which
back
is
to
to
the meeting
ride
room.
the cargo lift all the way.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I trust this bucket. Very blindly, albeit, but I trust this bucket.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Oh, dark room. Yes, blindly trusting. Good lord.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
What? What?
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Ding dong. Is this my home? Do I have a home? A bucket. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press L to take me to work with you.
The
Oh,
Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
how sure are we? Press Z to take me back home.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Press Q to go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
No, it does a lot more than just that, surely. Don't listen to the loud man. Press V for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press Y to ignore anyone in your life except me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
If you believe I'm real... Yeah, you believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press T to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press K to relive the same day with me over... Oh my goodness, that is dark.
Oh my God, what am I saying? better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press O to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
No.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
What? Go back to work, Stanley. Huh? What? My mind is blown. Absolutely blown. All of these endings just... What does it mean? What does it amount to? Where? Why and how? Okay, well, I need a phone? Is it this one?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
That was a recorded message, no? If I ever got that voicemail in real life, I would probably do exactly what I'm doing now. Stand here, absolutely confused, and kinda scared. What am I supposed to do with this information? It's also awfully quiet now. Hello? Okay, I did want to get to the red and blue doors, so I'm not gonna pick up the bucket. It's eerily quiet.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he
I
entered
think
the
it was
door.
this
was
way.
not the
Wait. Hold on. I think it was down this
And so he
elevator
detoured
shaft.
through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on
I
track.
think. I don't remember. Oh, my brain is working against me right now. I can't remember where things
But
are.
Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
Is this
so
it?
now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Okay, I think this is it. He's gonna slam
Oh,
the
no.
door on my
No,
face.
it's
Yep.
to the right, my mistake. No, not the right.
Open the
Why
garage.
would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Yes, definitely this way. No, this wasn't the blue and red door either.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Screwed it up again.
Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Where is the red and blue door? That's all I want. Oh my god.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Yeah.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game.
We did this
completely
before.
fresh.
I'm gonna restart. This is not... No, I've already done this.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
I
had simply missed a
just
memo.
want to get to the red and blue door. Where could it be?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Perhaps.
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I swear it was here. It had to do with something with the shaft.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Not the shaft, the lift. The cargo lift.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really?
Yes.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you
No.
that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
No.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Here.
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
I found it. I finally found it. I knew from the very beginning it was this spot. But because I brought the stupid bucket, I mean the life-saving bucket, I got blocked from the door and I was second-guessing my life choices. I knew it was here.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
We gotta find a better name for that. Oh my goodness.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I don't think I tried following instructions on this one, so let's go through the red door.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley?
Why am I
wanted to stop.
in a loop?
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Solution door. Oh.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Do you now? What about me? Do I feel happy? All these really bright dancing lights in space. Am I happy? What is happiness but a concept of human emotions? Can happiness ever truly be achieved? Do these bright lights indicate happiness? Am I stuck here? Hello? Can I go back? Actually, oh, this is different.
No, wait. Where are you going?
I'm here. I'm going back.
Right. Where were we?
Lights. That's where we were. What am I doing here? What does any of this mean? What is happiness? Alright, I've had enough.
Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
I don't like what this entails, but I'm gonna do it because the game has put it in front of me.
No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Because the game is asking for it. Ouch.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
That's dark. That's so dark. And yet I'm still the one indulging in this.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
I'm sorry. First of all. Oh. Second of all, your own happiness cannot be dictated by the actions of others. That doesn't work that way. No matter what anybody says, you're in charge of your own emotions, and unfortunately, I don't know. Oh God. I'm gonna go ahead and reboot the game and see if I can get to the end. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Yeah. Please... Please adjust the slider until the dog and cat are friends. Yeah. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. This one. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Sure. Which of the two made-up words below is most appealing to you? Occuboinkle or scrumped? Occuboinkle, all the way, all the way. Please don't adjust the slider. I'm a rebel. Do you know what time it is right now? No, I gotta check. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Technically, by the time that I'm thinking of the thought, I'm thinking of it in the past. So no, but also yes, but also no. What is time anyway? Yes. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help. Yes. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. Huh? Huh? Let me reboot the game again. I think I know what it means. I think I know what it's asking for. I think I know. But I can't be sure. What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game's settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. Neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being truly honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Is there some other condition that I have to meet? Hang on. I won't have you when the game launches next time. So, what's gonna happen when I launch it this time? Okay, there's some other condition I have to meet before I get the epilogue, apparently, so... I'm sad. Maybe I have to bring the bucket somewhere.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley
Bucket.
picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
Oh wait, I never finished the entire story with the bucket. And the last Stanley, Figler, and Lorene, or whatever the guy wanted to call it,
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
is in the boss's office. By the fireplace.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an
Right.
indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Sheer luck.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh, the last one.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Ew.
Savor this
No, no,
moment,
no.
Stanley.
No,
This
dear Lord.
is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
What was I doing before you called them Stiggly Wigglies? You could... honestly, the Figler and Lorene's was a better name. I would rather take that one. Alright, let's go.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control
What if I
Facility.
escaped with the bucket.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Surely that's not true, right? Bucket is almighty,
The door behind
all-knowing.
them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
All comforting.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
I am taking my chances here. A wee. Kerchunk. After the loading screen. Kerchunk.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Goodbye.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Oh, I forgot that was a thing that happened. Oh god, I scared myself.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
This is new. This is different. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like a bucket itself. The human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched of substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Well, there's only one way to find out, is to go participate in your little bucket exhibit, right?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
A bucket with two handles. Is this designed off of the Da Vinci Code? Or is that what it's called, the Da Vinci Code? Inferno bucket. The stress bucket, an analogy. Presented without commentary. I'm so intrigued. Cave drawing. While we know the buckets predated the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket has already likely been around for these several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Interesting.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, It's for your own good. Bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
Oof. Wait a second. The balloons are gone. What is this?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Yes.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Yes, let's do it. Yes, please. When Stanley found the collectibles. Of course. Now we're back in the memory zone. This is new.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 of 6? 7 of 6. Interesting.
And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom.
Yeah.
You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6.
That's
but you
rude.
continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
8 of 6. We're getting more. Understairs warehouse.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
I think it was under the stairs. I think. If my brain is working.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them.
Yeah.
I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I don't remember being here. But sure. Interesting. Ah, yes, this one gave me some trouble.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
No way. Old Windows Media Player, video editors and whatnot. Good lord. Oh man, these good old-fashioned videos. That's hilarious. I remember back in the day when early YouTube videos looked like, not even before YouTube existed, videos looked like this. That's hilarious. Oh my god.
takes you back, doesn't it?
Ah,
I spent a
yes.
lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
God, that was really funny. Yes, the fireplace, the fireplace.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here behind the boss's office. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Ooh. What this? What TV? You are in the present.
There was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
What? That's just it? What?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
You shocked me there for a second. I wasn't expecting that. Oh man, you juked me. I thought I was gonna go back to the beginning.
Okay, yes. The back of the boss's office. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
Yeah,
Let's
of
keep
course.
going. I want more.
More. Let's pick them all up.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes. I love that video.
Me too. Me too.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Solid room. This is a pretty good room. It serves its purpose.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Next one. Yeah, but see, we have overachieved. We've obtained triple what was asked of us.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
What came before this? The exit sign. Oh. Oh God. The jump circle?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Yeah, but you can't keep dwelling on the past. If you stay living in the past, you'll never move on. We'll just be having the Stanley Parable 1 forever.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Oh God.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Day 3.
Ooh, the epilogue. Before we do the epilogue, I do want to go explore a couple more of the endings and see what else I can conjure up in this game before I close it out, you know? There's just so much you can explore in this game, and I don't want it to end yet. Little golden bar next to epilogue looks very appealing, but I'm not gonna do that yet. We're not there yet. I'm not there yet. I would like to keep playing the game. I mean, there's 10 plus hours of content. There's gotta be more that I've missed. Yes, this is the story of a man named Stanley. Is there other stuff that I could do with the bucket that I haven't done with the bucket? I never finished the game with the bucket. I ended up going the escape route, didn't I?
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure.
Another thrilling adventure.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine. I feel like I'm getting deja vu.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Yes, mind control. Boop.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
The bucket wondered. Stanley also wondered. Boop.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the
Where's
bucket in
427?
shock. Everyone in the
427.
office was being videotaped.
Hey, it is my office.
Monitored like guinea pigs.
Oh, that's crazy.
Bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Yes, don't cry, bucket. Everything will be fine. Boop.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
That's a good question.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Feeble mind.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His
screamed
own life
into
in
the
someone
bucket.
else's control. Never!
No!
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Ah, yes. Put your full trust into this bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Never again.
For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, The bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Turn it off. Right? Yes?
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Oh.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door.
Oh,
The
yes.
bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together.
Together.
With one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
Huh?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped?
Why did it stop?
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Why? No!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
What was he about to find out? Find out what? Why can't I leave with the bucket? Ah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he...
Where are we going today? The bucket.
We're going
asked.
back.
Stanley
We're gonna
just
turn the machine
smiled.
on this time.
Anywhere they went together would be. Stanley clutched the
Oh,
bucket
sorry.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm just dashing through all this dial. I'm like, okay, whoever the narrator for recording all of these voice lines.
Still no one was here. Stanley
Props to
knew
you
the
for
bucket's
recording all
warmth
of these
and comfort
variations
now
of voice
more than
lines.
ever.
There's a lot
Perhaps
of
his
variety
boss's
in here.
office.
Sometimes I want to hear the new lines, but then my brain is registering it as like, oh, it's going to be the same dialogue. And so I'm just like dashing through it. Trust the bucket. Believe in the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
Up against the
They
world.
high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Yeah, let's take it down. Let's take it down. What push? Oh,
But
whoa,
at the
God, my
last
hand slipped.
The bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
No.
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
How dare
The bucket had
you?
betrayed him like this. Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Oh?
Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
What in the world? Burb.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade
Oh, that's so cool.
to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands. the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place.
Watching birds.
Living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Of all the things I could have been doing.
Was happy.
Oh. Was that it? The birds, the burbs.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Yeah.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
No.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
Yeah,
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? What? No, never
Nope.
mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section
And
and walked
nope.
straight ahead to the opposite door.
I'm going down the elevator. Not that you have anything to say about it. It's okay.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd
Oh,
find
God.
this place eventually.
What the?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
Yes?
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They
Oh, the
want
Broom
more
Closet.
of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line.
Raw
Who knows
assets.
where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yeah. Bum, ba-da-dum, ba-dum, bum. Bum, ba-da-
Now,
Uh-oh.
this is what the Stanley Parable is all
Pardon.
about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Oh, yes, I remember.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this.
Exactly
but
like
if we want to
this.
do that, you're going to have to give something up.
What's the cost? What are we looking at here?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why
No.
I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
How sure are we about this one?
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to
No.
the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
What if I don't want the
Now
bucket to
listen
go?
to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only
my
one
God.
personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer
I'm
is
trying.
getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable
Yeah,
characters
yeah.
like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer.
I'm
until you
trying.
crush that damn bucket. Quickly now. The fans are waiting. Do it for the
Uh-huh.
fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Oh, God.
bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
What? I'm sorry, what? Okay, that... Wait, why is the phone going off again?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Boxes? I will receive boxes shortly. Bucket. What haven't I done yet? I don't remember. Was it... Have I... Wait.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Maybe I am crazy.
He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me.
Yeah, usually, yeah.
Such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
Where did the bucket go?
What sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course,
No.
odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground.
No, where did my bucket go?
He exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad.
I'm
Where
truly
is it?
mad.
I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Where? Oh, God.
He rushed forward from room to room,
all the
passing
buckets.
by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley.
Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his
Only I had my bucket.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself.
Heck yeah.
My life kicks ass. And she backflipped to work.
What in the world? Backflipping her way to work. Oh. I can't stop laughing at this game. This game is hilarious. Why are there so many papers on the floor?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Wait, all of these
What could it
boxes
mean?
actually came in.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The person on the phone wasn't lying. They're just a bunch of papers and boxes. What the heck?
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow.
Yes.
Very lucky indeed.
Very lucky. Lucky to have bucket and many boxes, apparently.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Sure. Also, I remember there were computer inputs. Where's the next computer for me to
Still
input?
no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I feel like I've done all of these endings already, though. I'm lost. I'm forgetting what I've done and what I haven't done. All the boxes are gone.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What haven't I done? What if I do? Let me do a run without the bucket. I'm pretty sure there are like regular Stanley Parable endings that I haven't seen. This is new. Is it new? This is new. This is new. That was very strange.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, I'm gonna go to the right, but also that was very strange. Why did the hallway
This was not
change?
the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah. Of course. 'Cause why not?
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace? Its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper. Something darker.
Care to elaborate? Was this the original dialogue before?
Yes, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Nope.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I can't remember what I've done and what I haven't done. There's too many choices now.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Have I been down here without the bucket? Toodaloo. Oh.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had
Huh?
begun.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Why is it all my fault? What? What? No, that's not my fault.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps I missed a memo for the 100th time. Yeah. Has this office always been this way? I feel like the layout changed ever so slightly. This hallway wasn't always blue.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Your other
and
left,
knew it
Stanley.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley, but eager to get back to business.
Eager to get back to
Stanley
business.
Took
Hold
the
on.
First open door on his left.
Nope. I'm gonna take the lift.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Incredible.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult.
Oh, it's
but
pretty
the fact
hard, yeah.
is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
For who? There was a her in this game?
Stanley, your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life.
Who's
She's
her?
been waiting.
Who's she? Oh, God.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
But I don't like confrontation. Alright, well. Moshi mosh. Okay. But that's my office number.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right.
There's not the time for this.
Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha.
That's not funny.
Come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
No.
They'd want to commit their life to you?
No.
I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something.
A mannequin.
Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Can I leave?
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
I got jump scared by a brick wall. Darn it. Fine. What do you want?
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
The death? Good morning, employee 427. Press P on your keyboard.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him.
Hey.
Every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Press Q.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do.
Do I have a
Now he's
choice?
pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Press O.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Press C to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he
TV
imagined that
where?
one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press G to spend time with the boys. With the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Press B to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through
What
this
the?
fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
Yeah.
And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
No, you called it the Stanley Parable. I am Stanley. Press Z to tell your... I have kids?
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Press M to tell your wife you love her. You're basically telling me the Stanley Parable as an audiobook in front of a mannequin while I'm supposedly doing my desk job, pushing random buttons at a computer. What kind of like fourth dimension am I entering here? Playing the Stanley Parable while you're telling me the Stanley Parable while I'm playing as Stanley in the Stanley Parable. Press N.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Press P to go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Press C to be at work in the morning. I mean, I'm following instructions by not pressing the button, right? But it's my job to be pressing buttons, so C.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
By putting a mirror in front of me, maybe? Press K to question nothing.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time.
Maybe this time.
And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I
Excuse me? This game has been nothing but like the biggest brain melting game. What? I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay. I do want to play something else tonight. I think I saw that I've unlocked the epilogue. I think I want to do the epilogue now and kind of close this out. I've done this for 3 days. By the time I finish this, I'll have a total of like 7 to 8 hours of footage to sift through. The long-awaited epilogue to the Stanley Parable 2. Not the Ultra Deluxe Edition, the Stanley Parable 2. The epilogue. Many, many years later. Wasn't this the time machine? No, the stop, the button. We had a button. Where am I? What the? I love this music, but what is happening? Oh. This is so gorgeous, it's sending goosebumps down my entire body, but what is happening? Please explain. Also, I love the little pinging synth textures in the background. What does this mean? What? What? Oh. What's this? Like, I know my objective's over there. That's a memory zone. But what is this? Is this the escape pod? Oh my god, it's the bucket! Oh my god, I have the bucket! Boy, am I glad to see you here. The almighty, all-knowing bucket. Oh. Why is there just a random generator out here? Those are not some very comforting sounds. It got eerily quiet. Don't like that. And dark. There was a generator outside. Where are the lights? Somebody get the lights. Oh, here are the lights. Oh. Review, the Stanley Parable 2. Sorry. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole. Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. Oh no, it's Cookie Nine's review. He's got a blog this time, he's not relying on Steam. Goodness, people didn't like this game either? Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to a massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But its disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Did I write this press release? Hold up, this game is 10 years. It's 10 years old now. The original Stanley Parable was 2013. I feel like I'm in my 50s. I feel like I want to cry. God, look at all these buttons.
Jim.
There's the gym button.
Jim.
Are those the only working buttons?
Jim.
I need to go to the...
Jim.
I want to go to the...
Jim.
People who work out go to the...
Jim.
A gym. Oh, there's more.
Jim.
Gym. It is all gym.
Stanley.
No way.
Stanley.
Oh, that sent a chill down my spine, I'm not gonna lie. What?
Stanley.
Oh. Oh man. The Stiggly Figgly figure antlerines, whatever these were called, I don't remember. Now I have 26 of them. Wait, the math's not mathing. If I got them 4 times, I should have 24. Where did I get the extra 2 from? I'm sorry, what? Oh, man. Wait, isn't this just... I'm back at the office. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Oh, I had to get closer to the computer to use it. Yes, of course. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developers said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that's what the narrator's that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. Is that arson that I hear? Oh man. Me and fire. We get along so well. It's never gonna change. It's not hard, in fact. Let me show you. Together, we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number. All we do is change the number in the game's title. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. No way. The Stanley Parable 3. Infinite Birthday Party. No. The Legend of Thank You. Good luck. The Stanley Parable 3, Part 5. Birthday Party. Alright, hold on. Let me think. The Stanley Parable 3. It's either me or the thank you. Unforgivable birthday party. Inspector thank you. God, these are so dumb. The Stanley Parable 3. It's either me or the birthday party. Let's do this. The Stanley Parable 3. It's either me or the birthday party. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of sequel by 1. And then we'll pick up new subtitle. Every game is a new experience. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again and again, with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it. But I want you to have a say as well. Let's do it. Honestly, I'm all for it. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright there, the achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're gonna keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself. Forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the... Oh my goodness. It's good to have you back, buddy. It's good to have me double check the time. It's 9:32. 9:32. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Beep beep. It's either me or the birthday party. Aw, man. Is that the only difference?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked
Hey, the
for a
balloons are still
company in
here.
a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Exactly for this job.
Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
I can't get over this
Something
title.
he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
Very clearly
Shocked,
wrong.
Frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Indeed.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Bucket.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
This is the Stanley Parable 3. It's either me or the birthday party. Surely there's new content. Return to the Stanley Parable 2 Expo Hall. Why? Don't mind if I do. Wee. Cool. Will I get to jump again? Oh, new
You see,
content.
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Brick wall. Oh, there we go. Wow.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions.
So many.
This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Yeah, it's not like I haven't seen any of this before. Oh, I gotta go check that gym button.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Jim.
So with that...
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim.
Oh, yeah,
But of
yeah,
course,
right.
in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim.
All right,
to
role-playing
really
as Jim
simulate the
again.
full experience of this feature.
Of course,
Just play
yes.
along. I promise you'll love it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Yeah.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim.
I am Jim.
Sleeping and waking as Jim.
Jim is
falling in
me.
love and being heartbroken as Jim. Seizing all
I am
of
Jim.
the world's possibilities as Jim. And as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Jim.
Do you feel it deeply? Are
Yeah.
you really, truly Jim right now?
I am
If
Jim.
so, then please step forward and press the button.
I am.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a... That was you! The button described you. Do it
I
again.
am
Do
Jim.
it again.
Jim.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Oh,
Let's take a
definitely.
break
This
from the Jim
is
button.
worth it.
I'm too emotionally drained from
Darn it.
all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim.
No, you can't have enough
I'm
Jim.
putting the Jim button away.
Jim.
No,
How
I
soon
want
you'll
Jim.
Start to lose
Jim.
all
I am
sense of who
Jim.
you
Jim.
actually
Jim.
are.
Jim.
No. Okay. Time to do what I actually came here to do, which is my free achievement. I would like that free achievement now.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
Yeah.
Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Just like that.
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait. What in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure? Composure.
Composure.
Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Is he having a panic attack? Alright, free achievement. We all love a good free achievement, right?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
The bucket. Can I have 2 buckets in the Stanley Parable 3? It's either me or the birthday party. We can have double the fun. Just pick it up. Ah, yes.
Wait, there are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
Oh, God.
Stanley! Oh, thank God.
No, the
You,
bucket.
Stanley. The power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them.
No.
I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
No. 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2, guys. We've been taught wrong this entire time. 1 + 1 = 0. Rest in peace, Bucket 2023. I think everything else is the same. I'm gonna leave.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
You took away my bucket.
Deluxe? What does it even mean?
Ultra
All right,
ultra
Have
bad.
you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
No, I want my bucket back. Yeah. Show me your Stanley
So,
Parable
Stanley,
2.
What do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
It won't be
Yes, I know
superior
it's
to
not
my
exactly
Stanley
clear yet
Parable
how exactly these
3.
features
It's
will
either
come
me
together
or
as
the
one
birthday
single
party.
coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere.
Definitely.
Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
Am I?
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, God.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right?
There's something
sort
here.
of- Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better.
Drum roll, please.
Here we go. Version 2.
Oh, disgusting. What?
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it.
Maybe that's
I can
it.
take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care
Respectfully.
for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Are you going to erase my Stanley Parable? Haha, my Stanley Parable is superior to yours. Okay, I think this is where I'm going to call it for the Stanley Parable. I've gone through maybe like 9 hours of gameplay now. There's so much to this game, first of all. Second of all, I think that's about it, right? The epilogue kind of just closes everything out, and then you have like this infinite game. This was such a beautiful experience to have. I'm incredibly grateful that I had the opportunity to take the time and play this. Oh, this game is fantastic.